reminding myself to, like, ask people if they're ready to go live.
Versus
Because
just
once
jumping in.
I just, like, clicked go live one time, and 2 of my friends were like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Alright." It was time. They're
I
like,
was
"Let
just
us know."
leaving
I
it alone.
was like, "My bad."
Oh, it's fine.
But hello, welcome to these 48-hour reading sprints for Meredith's Discord peoples. Um, which way? That way. Brittany, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading. I do the book things. I do the vlogs and the TBR games and the sit down videos, and I talk about books. That's what I do. And
It's a good
for
time.
this, yeah, the things we do on the booktube.
Yeah.
And tonight I'm starting to vlog for the weekend, and I asked everyone on Instagram what I should do, and they chose Bookopoly made me read it. So I came in with options, and Ren picked this one. So I will be reading the Book Haters Book Club by Gretchen Anthony.
Because like, I'm just so intrigued by that title.
Yeah, I know. It seems like there's a lot of it's like a save the bookstore kind of book. And I love books like that where we're like saving a bookstore, like keep the
Oh,
library open, or I don't know why
that's
that's a thing that I
cool.
like, but it is.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. So it's pretty short. The audiobook's only 9 hours on normal speed. So it's not gonna take very long.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I found that with these 48-hour sprints, I'm always like, "Oh, I should read something physically and
Mhm.
save all my audiobooks for, like, the rest of the month." And then every time I get to this weekend and I'm like, "But I wanna read an audiobook."
See, I'm the opposite. I'm completely the opposite. I
Oh,
use my audiobooks on 40-hour readathons so that I can get more done.
mm, that's sensible.
Yeah. So I'm always like, I can read more within a 48-hour time period if I have audiobooks because I can obviously still make dinner and like
Yeah.
do the adulting.
Ugh. Every time I do sprints, I put a whole bunch of crap on my bed that I'm like, "I'll sort this out during sprints." It never happens.
Yeah.
So I'm like, "I gotta do it today because otherwise it's just cluttering up the rest of my room."
Right. Mine's got the same pile, to be honest. It's just over there. It's behind the computer.
Nice.
And I also was like, at some point, I need to get it because it's on the bed. So, I'm going to bed after these sprints. So, at some point, I do actually have to handle it during sprints, or I'm going to have a problem.
Just lie on top of it. Be like, "I'll deal with that tomorrow."
It's fine. Totally fine.
Hello. Oh, I really wanna read Belladonna. It just looks so the cover,
It's
everything,
beautiful.
but unfortunately not enjoying it. That sucks.
A lot of people do
Love
like it,
secret
though.
videos. Yeah? Okay, good. I hadn't heard a lot of reviews for it. I saw a bunch of people hauling it, and I was like, "Ooh, sounds good," and then didn't hear anyone reading it, and I was like,
Yep. That's also true. That does happen with books. And then we all buy books and then everyone starts reading them and hating it. Survive the Night, I'm looking at you. And you're like, oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Hello. Okay. Sorry, I also have a cold right now, so I'm trying not to cough, but it's gonna happen.
Absolutely.
Hello. Oh, Blood Like Magic. I can always picture the covers in my head,
Yeah,
but
me
don't ask
too.
me who the author is.
No, 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 no.
Very nice. Holiday in Death. Oh, Tracy was reading some J.D. Robb the other day. Is it like a thing? Is there like a readathon happening? Or do they just have so many books that everyone's always reading?
There's 54 in this series. So it could be that. Long. It's a big one.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Like, they'd have to have, like, ghostwriters, right? Because there's
I
no
don't
way you could write that many books.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, it's been being written for a very long time, but I would assume to some extent it would have to.
Because, like, A, could you have that many new ideas for the same series? And B, do you have enough time to write those books? Because like they're pretty chunky, aren't they?
I think they're like 300 pages each.
Oh, okay.
But like,
They always just
yeah,
look chunky.
I would assume that they regurgitate a lot of the same stuff after a while because it is like murder mystery.
Mm,
Like you can kind of like take the same thing and kind of zhuzh it up with something new.
yeah.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see someone read like the entire series and be like, here are all the ones that are exactly the same.
I feel like we could do that with Ice Planet though too, to be
Oh, so true.
like,
So true.
here are all the ones that are literally the same story. You're welcome.
Camp, I really want to read this because it's like
I don't think I know
queer
this.
and seems like a quintessential queer book.
I'm looking it up. I don't think I know what
Oh,
this
sorry.
is. Oh no, that's okay. I've
Camp
got it.
by. Let's see. Okay. Hello. Hello. Ooh, shifter romance. No smut at 45% in a shifter romance. Hmm. Suspicious.
To be honest, I would have DNF'd by now. Shifter romance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a staple in shifter romances is they're smutty.
Well, it's the only really
Jesus.
reason to have them.
Fair. Okay, well, I hope it gets smutty soon. Or you DNF. Either one. Hello, Kirsty. You will hopefully be going to bed soon. That's so strange.
That's a weird one.
Oh, Dresden File book. I read the first one and I really wanted to continue, but like I didn't like the main character. So it's upsetting. But I hear it gets better like way into the series because it's a little less shooting all over women.
Right on.
But I'm like, I don't know how many books I want to read before it gets better.
I have that issue too. Some people told me about that about Zodiac Academy. They're like, you have to get to about book 4. And I went, that's a long stretch to go
Yeah.
before you like something.
And like they get pretty chunky as the series goes on.
Mhm.
Yeah. I could not commit to that.
No, me neither. I was like, no, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a 4-star is good. That's good. Hello. Oh, sorry. I keep trying to like swallow back the coughs. Oh, editing. I need to do that. Brisbane. Cool. Well, I hope you have fun seeing your daughter. Mm. Yeah, Tracy's reading the latest.
Have you read all of them, Tracy? Or did you just like start near the end? Or I have questions.
Ah, because I guess with that type of series, you could just jump in whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I've read the first 3. That's as far as I've gotten. I might read more. I'm not it's one of those ones where like I have not committed to 50 some books yet. You know? I
Yeah,
might dip in as like a quick palate cleanser on occasion. But
fair.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 50, just wow.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Impressive. Good.
Nice.
I adore you. Please sleep. I always have to make sure she sleeps, otherwise she'll just stay up. Fucking
Yeah.
sleep is so precious. Anton Chekhov. Never heard. Ooh, bullet journal. Yay.
This is true.
Ooh, I haven't read any of her books. Mm.
Those are
That's long chapters.
for a shifter romance. How long is this shifter romance? Like I don't know. I expect them to be, fairly short most of the time. But with 40-page long chapters, that's
Yeah. And I always thought TJ Klune chapters were long at like 20 pages.
yeah.
Like 40. Oof, no thanks.
Yeah.
Hello, Meredith. What will you be reading today?
Wow.
Whoa, that's so impressive.
That is so impressive. I'm impressed.
Get all the kudos. So cool. Wait, now, question. How many are the same? Because, like, surely you'd run out of ideas. Like, I'm so shocked. Uh,
This is true. They have like a sci-fi element to them.
oh, cool.
Yeah, which is kind of fun. Not like super in-depth sci-fi, but there is like a futuristic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not stay up just to spite me. You need to sleep.
I love how you like take care of the people in the comments because you always make sure in the mornings when I pop in that I don't just drink coffee for breakfast.
Food is important.
I have a tendency.
I get like that with some books.
Yeah.
Like, whenever I complain about a book to Max, he's always like, "Why don't you just DNF?" And I'm like, "No, but I'm like hate reading it now, and I gotta finish it."
Absolutely. I have done that before. I'm like, I want to, because I don't rate my DNFs like on Goodreads. And if I really have something to say, I will push through a book
Yeah,
so that I can give it the star rating I think it should have. Like, I will get it done to give it the star rating.
definitely.
That's the petty
It's
person
like
that I
you
am.
gotta let people know.
Well, yeah. Exactly.
But like we all still keep reading Ruby Dixon. So
100%.
good morning, Paige.
Yep.
Exactly. It's like so clearly we don't care if things are exactly the same.
No, I certainly don't.
There is a roof smell.
You're climbing onto the roof?
Be careful,
Yeah.
please.
I would not climb on a roof. I would
No.
That's a recipe for a hospital visit for me.
I get terrified of heights.
Same.
But like the problem with like now being the carer for my dad is that I'm supposed to now be the one that goes up on the roof and like cleans the gutters. But
Mhm.
I'm like, Daddy, I'm scared. So then he gets up and I'm like, oh, now I have to stand here and make sure you don't fall. But I'm still not getting up on that roof. I will call someone.
No, I 100%. We got like the gutter guards to keep the leaves out
Yeah,
of yours because I was like, I ain't doing this every year.
we have that too, but we have a really big tree right over a
Oh,
certain section. So like we
yeah,
have to like scrape all the leaves off of
that
the
makes
gutter
sense.
guard. I usually am, but there are occasions where I'm like, I should just finish this.
Yeah.
Or sometimes like if I spent a decent amount of money on the book,
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, no, I gotta finish that. Even
Like
if I
pretty
hate
editions and
it.
stuff. Yeah. Mhm.
And like there was a comic adaptation of Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey,
Okay.
and I had tried to read the book years ago because my aunt loves it, But I was like, oh, I cannot get into this. And then I saw the comic version when I was in New Zealand, and I was like, oh my god, I'm totally going to get that. Maybe I can like actually enjoy it.
Mhm.
And I couldn't use my travel card there because they only took cash. And I was like, oh gosh, where do I go to get cash? I was walking around this little town trying to find an ATM. Finally got the money, raced back to the store because it was nearly closing time, and got the comic. And I was like, I went to all that effort. I really got to read it. I got like 10 pages in and I was like, fuck, like I can't do this. But I kept it on my shelves for still like 2 or 3 weeks. And Max was like, get rid of it. And I was like, but the effort. And he was like, get rid of it. Okay.
I mean, it's like a story though. It's like a comment piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I still kept thinking, oh, maybe I'll finish it. Maybe I'll finish it. And I like flipped through a while ago, and I was like, this is still not making sense. No matter how much I flip through, it's not working.
No matter how much I wish it to.
And then like I just flipped to one point, and it was like kind of like a sex scene, and I was like, what? Because I was like, I mean, I hadn't read the whole thing, so maybe there was some kind of connection between these two people. But I'm
Right.
like, I thought they were like complete strangers and very much not people that would want to be together. And then it was just boom, sex scene. And I was like, this isn't very far into the comic. Like,
That progressed very quickly.
yeah. But I did eventually get rid of it.
You're welcome. I do definitely hate read books often.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you'd have to have like some type of like main plot line throughout all of them.
Yeah. Kind of like
Might
any
make me intrigued.
they're not cozies, but like kind of the same idea as a cozy where it's like you have your like case that's happening in this one book, but there's still like
Mhm.
peripheral plot.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's gross. I would
Well,
still not go into the roof.
I was just about to say, no,
I've watched way too many horror movies. I'm not doing that.
no. Yeah.
Fair.
I would be dead. I would die, guaranteed. That's a recipe for me to fall off the roof.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we get to sprinting? Oh, I also didn't mention I'm reading Death Note, by the way. Maybe. I'm still trying to like wake up.
Yeah, that's fair. It's very early.
Yeah. All right. Is 45 okay, or do we want uh 30 or an hour?
45 works for me, but whatever anyone wants in the chat also works for me.
Um, okay, we'll just go with 45. Yeah. So I'll see you in 45.
See you then.
Hello.
Hello.
How'd you go?
Well, I DNF'd my book.
Oh my gosh.
I read like 25 pages and I was like, no, this is not anything that I want to read. So I DNF'd that.
Wow.
I know it was a quick decision.
Why? Like,
It's just
what made you do
the
this?
writing style was really bad. It was really, really bad.
Yeah.
I knew I was never going to be able to settle into it.
Yep.
And I was like, I could push it and DNF and like longer, but like this is heading in one direction only. So I'm just going to stop. Yeah. It was so obviously not going to work that it was very obvious. Just okay, done.
That's fair.
So then I switched to Unfortunately Yours by Tessa Bailey.
And that's going better?
This is going better. I mean, I assumed this would go better because it is the second in the series. So like obviously I liked it enough to continue. But
yeah.
I got 22 pages into that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I got 90 pages into this. And sorry, I'm feeling not good.
I know you have so cold. Colds are honestly the worst. You just feel so horrible, but like you still have to like function when you have a cold, you know?
Yes, it's so annoying.
It's not like if you have the flu, it's like I'm going to bed. I will see you all when I get out at the other end of it. But like, yeah.
But this is going so much better than the previous volume because the previous one I was so bored and I was so upset because I've been loving this series. But in the previous one, it was like I'm not the biggest fan of like crime novels and stuff. Like TV shows, love it, but not in like a written form. And in the last volume, it was so much more that. And because like our main character, he was not acting like himself, like for reasons which I understood. I was like, I'm so bored. Get back to being like, what is he, like a sociopath? Like go back to that. That was so much better. And now he has.
That's good.
So it's a lot more entertaining.
I kind of hate it when books
that.
do that, where you like you get something for. I had a series like this recently, where like you had something be exactly the same, like your characters were a certain way for 3 books, and then on the 4th book they were like whole new people, and I was like, no, I'm here for the people that I got to know for 3 books. What's going on? Why have we changed?
Yeah, like it's so annoying. And like it made sense in this, especially now that like we've gotten all the information of why he was different, and like it makes sense, but it was still boring. So at least it's good now. What was I scrolling up to? Yes, hello. 6-hour sprints. Nice. Yeah. Go enjoy the sun while it's there. Hello. I'm so excited for this vlog. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, every time we do this 48-hour thing, I like mildly annoyed at my life because my Friday nights are movie night with my nieces. And so like I can't read when like I want to be reading all the things.
Yes.
So it's like I never get like the full 48 hours. I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't have this commitment that I very much enjoy.
Yeah. But no, I can understand that. I always just start. This is when it starts because this 7 o'clock is Friday night. So I usually miss.
Oh yeah.
Like I start late, but I still get the 48 hours. I just start my Friday to Sunday.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time zones are hard.
I like trying to make sure I scheduled these sprints at the right time was actually difficult because in the past, well, at the beginning of October, we changed to daylight savings times,
Yep.
and I was like, "Wait, what? What is the right time to do this thing?" And then having to make sure because I'm half an hour earlier than
Everybody else.
yeah, and I'm like, "I'm the only, like, state that is a half an hour earlier." I was like, "Why?" I mean, we have, like, another state where it's, like, 3 hours time difference, but,
Right.
like, half an hour? So
Canada has a half-hour time zone change too with Newfoundland. Like, I have a half hour, like, I'm on the hour, but Newfoundland's a half hour ahead? Behind? Ahead. And I'm always like, "Why did we choose a half an hour?"
like, it seems so pointless.
Odd, it's an odd designation of time,
Yeah,
but
so I had to make sure that, like, the half an hour was still in effect, which I don't know why it wouldn't have been,
no, but
but my
still.
brain was like, "Maybe we're on the same time zone now." I was like, "No, that doesn't change."
No, this threw me off last, like, in the spring, because I do have all my Australian friends, and I know our time change, but we change on different weekends and in different directions because you're springing ahead
Yeah,
and I'm falling back,
mm,
and on different weekends. So we go from a 13-hour time difference to a 14-hour time difference to a 15-hour time difference when I change. And it's just
wow.
too much math for 1 month.
It's a lot.
It's just like that's too much. It's just too complicated.
Time is a construct. We need to get rid of it. Hello, Amy. I need to read Sarah Kate
Me
because
too.
everyone's been reading her stuff, and I'm like, I'm just intrigued.
Mhm.
Hello, Zoe. Calling. Nice. Hello, Eliza. Still at work. Assistant to the Villain. I
So
am
many people
intrigued.
are reading this. So many people are reading this book. I'm like, I feel the FOMO.
Like, I don't even know what it's about. I've
Can't
just
even
seen the
say.
cover and I'm like, cool.
Yeah, same. I know the title and the cover. Literally, that is it.
And like, wasn't there a TV show or movie or something where it was like there's a like Dracula's assistant or something?
There may have been. I don't know.
I don't. It was like a comedy something. I swear I saw this going around somewhere, and now I have to find out. Was this just like a fever dream that I had?
It probably is. I'm not the best with knowing TV, especially anything recent.
It was like, yeah, Nicolas Cage was Dracula.
Oh, how did I miss this? Well,
It's
some.
called Renfield. It's a movie.
I feel like that's an odd person to have be Dracula.
Right?
Interesting.
Yet Dracula's henchman and inmate at the lunatic asylum for decades longs for a life away from the Count, his various demands, and all of the bloodshed that comes with them. But I assume that's not happening. Because, yeah, the Nicholas Holt is Renfield, and that's why I remembered it because I liked him in Skins way back in the day.
Mhm.
So that's why I was like, huh,
I mean, the movie cover is something.
yeah, definitely is. But yeah, so that's what that book is reminding me of.
That's fair.
So I need to watch that. It looks
I know, I
interesting to say the least.
kinda need to see that.
Yeah. Oh, very cool.
I'm nowhere close to that in the series. I've only read Shadow and Bone, like, only the first book in the trilogy.
And I know this is like a spin-off trilogy, but still. Or spin-off duology, but nowhere near it.
Controversially, I DNF'd Six of Crows. I was
Ooh,
really, really bored. I think I got like 2 chapters in and I was like, I don't care.
that's fair. That's fair.
I feel like
I
it was
mean,
very slow.
yeah, I've heard good things about it, but like I also wasn't that intrigued with the original trilogy. Obviously, as I have not continued. I do
I had
plan
never tried to pick up the original series.
it's fine.
11%, good job. Hello. I'm sorry, I'm just going to be constantly muting myself to cough up a lung. 22 pages, very nice. Hello, Erin. Still waking up. Fair.
I mean, it's early.
Yeah. Didn't really just watching YouTube, listening to Taylor Swift. Nice. I
Love
haven't listened to any of her albums since Red, but I'm still totally invested in like just her.
right? I mean, I've definitely listened to all of them multiple times. But yes, right? I just love her.
She's just amazing.
Just an amazing person.
Yeah.
Yep, I
I
agree.
do definitely need to like catch up on all of her albums. 22 pages, very nice. Yeah. Interesting time. Yeah, I could have just done this instead of trying to frantically Google myself.
The people in the comments always know more than we do, but yet we can't see those comments unless we scroll down.
Mm.
So, you know. Oh, it's on Prime. I can watch it then.
Yeah, I saw that he was in that, which like didn't intrigue me until I saw him, and I was like, huh. So, and it looks like it'd be funny. So, I might give that a go. Although I don't think I can ever like. Do you ever have like those actors where like they were in one thing and you're like, you can
Yes.
never be anyone else but that character?
Yes.
Because that's him. He can never not be Tony from Skins.
Yes. There's especially it depends on like those formative shows that I watched at a very specific point in my life that I'm like, that's
Yeah,
just who you are. I'm
yeah.
sorry. So sorry. Like you cannot act in other things without me going like this. It doesn't compute for me.
Yeah. Especially with the character that Nicholas Holt played in Skins is so different from like all these comedies that he's been doing lately. And I'm like, no, but you're not funny. You're like this sassy little bitch. Like what is happening?
I always feel like actors do that though. They like try to pick a role that's like so different from what they're known for to show like that they can do other things. But I'm like, but I want you to do what I know that you do.
Yeah.
So like that's great and all, but like Jean, how big is this book? I don't think I heard how big it was when we asked earlier. You might have said and I missed it. But I feel like it has to be large. And it's K and I'm pretty sure it's just like KU shifter smut. So or not smut, I guess. KU shifter.
Yeah. Seriously, 50% and no smut for a shifter book. Like
Well,
that just doesn't make sense.
and I know Jean picked it up for Smuttober, so it's really letting you down in that
Oh wow.
way.
It's
Really
definitely missing the mark.
it's really missed.
Man, like I want you to DNF it, but I know you won't. Nice.
Nice.
Ooh. It's so cool that a lot of people do these like crochet
Mhm.
things, and I'm like, I could never, but I will so hype you up for everything you're doing.
Absolutely. I've been watching this because, like, I do 2 sprints a week, so you know how you get people that come to your sprints all the time. So sometimes I feel like I see the whole craft play out or the whole project
Yeah,
play out over the course of, like, a month, and I'm like, "That's amazing." Could not be me, but I'm so proud of you. I'll be the cheerleader
yeah,
to your project because that's
definitely. I saw a crocheted cow on Instagram the other day, and I was like, I want that more than life itself, but I'm not gonna make it.
I feel like that like if I was going to do something, I'm like a blanket, like something that's a square or a rectangle is really the best I could offer to the world. I think anything like that would just be well above what I am capable.
Yeah, same, same. In my dreams, I can do all the things. In reality, I can't do anything.
No.
Huh,
Hmm.
interesting. I saw something about, what's his name? He was the Notebook guy.
Oh, Jake Gyllenhaal? Is that who's in the Notebook?
No,
Ryan
no,
Gosling.
Ryan Gosling. Yeah, I saw something about that on Instagram the other day as well. Where it's like, oh, everyone knows him from the Notebook, but I know him from this 2-minute thing that he was in back when he was a child. I was like, interesting. Because, like, yeah, it's always fun like that.
Hmm. Oh, we're sending you
Oh my
all the
gosh.
prayers.
Yeah.
Come
Please
back and tell
wear,
us
like, face covering because
yeah.
death stench. Not fun.
And gloves because you're gonna have to touch whatever died.
Yeah.
I feel like that's worse than going in the roof, to be honest.
I'm so worried about your ceiling. Like, please don't fall through.
Oh, that too. I didn't think of that fear. Now, new fear unlocked. That's yes. I'm also now concerned.
Just be careful, Paige, please.
Okay.
Mm,
So it's not that is long though for a shifter romance, I feel like. Like it's
yeah,
not long,
but
but
still, like 50% of that is
yeah,
still,
you're almost 200 pages in.
yeah, that's awful. KU has much better shifter romances where there's
Seriously.
smut.
Seriously.
Yeah, I don't know the basics.
I'm sure that that's true, Tina, but I feel like it's still outside of what I am capable of doing.
1000%, yeah. Good. What are you gonna read? I just realized I never made a TBR for this weekend because I'm very indecisive.
I mean, I've already DNF'd a book, so my TBR's already gone off. I'm an hour and a half into my 48 hours and it's really already started to go in a direction I didn't plan it to. So, you know, it's fine.
We're here for the chaos.
Right? It's fine.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, like you're going into just a cave of death.
Well, especially if you can smell it in the house, like how much is it going to smell closer to with no barrier between
Mm,
you and the object?
just imagine that, like going into your lungs.
No. I don't want to. Don't want to imagine that. Good luck, Paige.
Yeah. High school set on a cruise ship. Is that not like the
It's literally the plot
Sweet
of
Life is?
back in
Yeah, that's when I stopped watching. When they got on a ship, I was like, "What?"
That's because it didn't make any sense why they went on a ship.
No. It's like we were there for the Tipton Hotel.
Right.
Stay there.
And I love how like all the people who worked at the hotel just went with them to the ship. Like that makes of any sense.
So wild. Actually, that is one actor where I don't associate. So the mum from Sweet Life and Zack and Cody,
Oh, yeah.
because I was obsessed with that when I was a kid, and I loved her. Amazing. And then she was in Supernatural,
hmm
and like I did not correlate that they were the same person for like a really long time. And I was like, yeah, I can't like you the actor are definitely both of those separately. You are not just the one.
Right. At least you like connected it. Sometimes I'm the worst for like being like, I know you from somewhere, but cannot place what show I know them from. And then I have to like stop watching till I figure it out because I can't even focus on the plot of the new show until I have dug deep to figure out what I can't.
Definitely. I did that the other day with Annabelle Comes Home, and the the main girl, I was like, I know you from somewhere, and I swear it was like a Disney thing. It wasn't. She was in Jumanji. She was the blonde,
Oh,
the young blonde.
yes, she was.
Yeah. So like similar vibe to what I was thinking of
Mhm.
this kind of I don't want to say ditzy, but it kind of that was kind of the vibe of it.
Yeah.
And so I got that, and I was like, cool, cool. And then a while later, another girl came in, and I was like, I know you from something. And I watched so much of the movie trying to figure out who she was. And I was like, I have no idea. And I Googled it, and I didn't like click on anything. I just looked at, the front page of what Google said. And I was like, I don't know any of these things.
Right.
And I kept watching, and I was like, no, I know you from somewhere. And then I deep dived into
Right. As
Google,
you do. Yes.
and I was like, that one episode of Supernatural you were on, that's where I know you from.
That's it. I found it. Yeah. I do the same thing because I can't let it go. Like my brain's like, I cannot let it go until I remember. So then
Yep.
I need to thank goodness for Google and like IMDb.
Right. But like I totally like disassociated from the movie for a really long time. So
Yeah.
that's why it wasn't as scary as it probably should have been. Oh no.
What is it of? Is it of a dead creature? No, because Paige hasn't gotten up there that fast.
No, okay. It's not of the dead creature, it's what she's wearing. So she is
I mean,
protected.
you are protected, although get gloves, I suggest.
Yeah, gloves are in the bucket.
Oh, good.
That's what it
Perfect.
says.
Then you are prepared.
Yes.
Or as prepared as you can be for this kind of thing.
I
This
don't
is
know if that would be considered a landlord's job, though. Because it's not like anything's broken. It just stinks.
yeah, I don't know.
Fair.
Right?
The one I will always recommend is Wolf Song, but that's not smutty.
I'll put some in the Smudgetober Discord because I got to go look at Goodreads first. Because, when you're like, what did I like? I just don't know.
Yeah.
The only one that's come to mind is the one I most read recently, but I wouldn't necessarily say that was good. It was fun.
That's always the way with shifter ones.
Good and fun are two different
Yep.
things in that kind of.
Yeah.
And I said that in the vlog. I was like, it's realistically a 2-star, but like I had fun.
That's something with that I found with Corepile. I'm kind of I'm still using it, but I'm not going to use it in 2024 because I'm like vibes.
Right.
Vibes are so much more than what
Mhm.
Corepile will allow me.
Mhm.
Because if I put something in on Corepile, I'm like, yeah, the writing awful, the
Right.
characters not super great, logic no, it didn't make sense. But did I have a good time? Yeah, but it
Yes.
doesn't fit enough with Corepile. So I'm always changing numbers to make it give the rating that I want it to be.
Absolutely. Because to be honest, with some books, you're not there for you're not there for like the best writing. Like we don't go to KU Shifter Romance for that. That's not what we're there for.
No, definitely not. No.
It's just not.
That's fair. Read all the Ruby Dixon.
Mm-hmm.
It's what you need. It's what you need.
I mean, always a good shout.
Oh, so true. True. Although I think with Chris Evans, for me, it's always the Fantastic Four because he was the fire person.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can definitely see why it would be not another teen movie. Classic. Yeah. She's going into her roof because something died,
Mm-hmm.
and she doesn't want the house to smell like death.
Yeah.
It is scary.
It's very scary.
Breaker High.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen that.
No.
See, I tell you, I see the whole project.
That's so cute. That's cute. Nice. Yeah, true.
And I mean, it got in somehow, so there might be like some sort of like
Oh,
repair
yeah.
needed. It depends on what it
True.
is, I guess. It would depend on what it is and how, like, if it's small, it might have just got in like a vent or something, but it
Yeah.
depends on what died. Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a great time with it. It was an alien. It was an alien dragon shifter because that's how he was an alien from another planet and he could shift into a dragon. So it's like best of both worlds. Was it
That's
written well?
pretty good.
Absolutely not. Not even a little bit.
But did you have a good time?
But did I have fun? Yes.
Nice.
So,
I will say there was a Wolf Shifter book I read a long time ago. Not well written at all. It was very smutty. And I was tempted to continue the series.
Isn't that you're always like, what does it say about me that I want to continue? I have because I'm doing a video coming out later for from books that I got for Stuff Your Kindle Day. And one of them is a pastry shifter romance. So she's in a bakery and her pastries shift into men. And I'm like, that's not going to be good. It's just not. But like that can't be in the world and I don't know what it is either.
That sounds like something Aaron would read.
Right?
It's
I'm excited
interesting.
about it. It's gonna be bad. Like we all know it. Again, not a book you go to for the best written book of 2024. It's just not going to be. But like it'll be fun. Even if it's hilariously fun, it'll be fun.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts about that. True.
Ooh.
Sapphic wolves. Oh, hello.
I love how we both like went for our phones immediately. So what is this? Protecting her. I'm assuming that's mate.
Oh yeah, it's always mate in these books.
It's always mate. Oh, it's the second in a series.
But there is a BIPOC person on the cover. Love that.
I love it. Okay. I'm sure it's on KU. It has to be.
It has to be. Oh, it's like a whole series and they're all sapphic. Nice. Ooh, definitely gonna be looking that up.
It's not on KU. I'm so disappointed. I mean, it's only like $2, so it's not.
Wait, I have the first book in my owned on Kindle shelf. I own the first book.
You're like, wait a minute, I do? Kindle is
Since
the place
when?
where Kindle is the place where books go for me to forget that I have them. Really.
Very true.
Really, really.
Apparently, I got this in August. Okay. I would have gotten it for free. Is the first book free on?
That's what I'm checking now. Or I'm attempting to, but it doesn't really want to let me.
So rude. Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. What's it called?
Pretty's like, I need more. Yeti romance. I have not read any, but I would be intrigued.
I feel like that's too furry.
Everyone's a fairy deep down. I mean, if we're reading about wolf shifters, wolves are furry.
This
Sometimes.
is true. I wasn't thinking the Yeti was shifting though. Like an orc romance.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
True. Okay, yeah. I'd still read it though.
Oh, me too.
Oh yeah, the balloon thing. That's one that didn't Erin read it, or she at least showed it on a sprint a while ago. We were all like, what the hell?
We found a bunch of office smut, like office object smut that we were debating doing for reading with the book besties. So there was like with a paper clip. There was
Ouch.
it's a whole series of
Office equipment is
office
pointy.
equipment. I know. I went, but I was like, oh, okay.
You should do it.
We very much considered it, and it may still happen because we do it every once in a while where we read the weirdest smut we can find live. That was one that we were like, I think Crystal was like, have you seen this? And I was like, no.
Don't want to. Oh, that would be fun for you guys to read. Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Yeah.
It's like we all know what we're here for.
It's the only reason they exist. Okay. And they're bad.
I mean, are any Ruby Dixon books good?
I mean, it depends on how
We all
you
have
rate.
fun.
There are some that are way better than others.
True.
I've given one Ice Planet Barbarians. I've given at least every star rating to it now, depending on the book.
Yeah.
They've run the whole thing.
I mean, I own the first 4 in paperback
Yeah.
because they were pretty, and I was like, "I liked them. I'll own them."
The second one is my favorite still to this day.
Yeah, I liked the second one.
Yeah, see?
I might look that up.
Me too. It was not, but there was the final book in the series was about the blue Tweety bird, which is Twitter. But
Wow.
they couldn't call it Twitter, obviously. So they
Well, they
called
probably could now.
they could now. They could change the title. Yeah, Neva's making me read this.
What's the door one?
It's a woman who moves into an apartment and somehow they're smut with her new front door.
I swear I've heard you guys talk about that.
It's called Unhinged, which is a perfect title for that, really.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Interesting times.
Hmm.
Like,
Yes.
ouch.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's true.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
just depends on like, you have to go into it with a different mindset. Like, you're not gonna rate those books the same as you rate, like, Babel.
true.
Like, you just have to go into it differently.
I think the only one thing that I consistently am like, ugh, annoying is the whole, like, breeding kink thing.
Yes, I agree, and it's in all of them, really.
And, like, they just all have to get pregnant. I'm like, "But do you though?" Like, I get that this is a thing that obviously Ruby Dixon enjoys, and other people are, people like what they like.
Mhm.
I'm not a fan.
No, I agree with you on that.
Like, don't tempt her, she will.
I'm like, seriously.
That would be funny.
Yeah. Oh,
She Yeah,
yeah.
definitely. Okay, now that we've talked about all of the smut, we should probably read.
Probably.
Another 45 is good?
Works great.
Right, I will see you in 45. Hello.
Hello.
How'd you go?
Good. I got to page 62. So I think that was 40-ish pages. I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
You did so well.
It reads quite quickly. Like it's very light romance.
Fair. It's going well.
It is. I'm enjoying it. I knew that I would because I loved the first one so much that I highly expected to like this. And I knew the characters from the first one that this one follows. So this was kind of a home run, most likely, which was good after the disaster that was the first.
So true. I read a little bit more.
Hello.
Oh no, he's over there now. Chopper. Of course, he started crying when there was like 3 seconds left of the sprint.
Always.
So annoying. Yeah, I read a little bit more of this. Not too much, because I was just faffing about, doing other things. Still good, still interesting. Took a turn I didn't expect, but I'm pretty sure someone's faked their death.
Oh.
Because, like, there's no way this character died.
You're like, I don't accept that to be real.
Like, it can't be. He's too intelligent to die. So, like, he has to have faked his death. Though, like, we technically saw a body, and I'm always like, if you don't see a body, they didn't die.
It's not real. Absolutely. I'm always of the thing, like, if you hear about someone dying, but you don't see it happen, that's never true. It's always fake.
Yeah. And, like, even though we did technically see the moment when he, like, died, he then got taken to a hospital.
Okay, so things could have happened.
Yeah, and, like, we didn't see him in the hospital, and then someone just came out and said that he was dead. I was like,
Okay.
lies.
It's off page, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, he has to have faked his death.
And
And now I'm like, okay, now what's going to happen with the rest of this and the next, like, 2 volumes?
Yeah.
So it's intriguing. Also, sorry, you're going to hear the whiny boy in the background.
We love the puppies. Hopper's just trying to tell the people what he wants to tell them.
What he wants to tell them is that I need to let him outside.
Yeah.
But, like, he went outside during that sprint, so, like, he's fine. I think he just wants to say hello to everyone else in the house.
That's fair.
He's just gonna keep crying. He also gets really whiny after he's had anesthesia. And he had that on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
So he should be listening.
I kind of would also get whiny, to be honest.
Oh, same.
Relatable.
The first time I had anesthesia and I, like, came out of it, when I came out of it, I immediately burst into tears.
It's so jarring because you're like, what is going on? It's not like waking up from sleep. It's a very different experience.
Yeah, it was intense.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was funny.
I started laughing at this as we were going on sprint. I was like, truth. This is true.
Yeah. Yeah, fair.
That's valid.
Don't try and get us to read more Ruby Dixon.
I mean, I'll probably read all the series eventually, but I'm just sticking to IP one at a time.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Right.
You're probably already gone, Meredith, but have fun with your wretched. Wretched or wrecked? Wretched.
It's Wretched. It's the Oz, Wizard of Oz, dark romance, I think.
Did not know that was a thing.
I read the first 2 in the series, and I am in the minority and don't like the series, so I haven't continued on. But the first one's Peter Pan. The second one is technically The Lion King, but it's more Hamlet than The Lion King, which I realize Hamlet is.
Right. I love Peter Pan retellings.
Me too.
So, is that Hooked?
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. I do want to read Hooked.
That was my favorite one that I read. Like, I still gave that one 3 stars. Like, I liked it. 4 stars? 3 stars? I gave it 3 stars.
One of those.
3.
Okay.
But, like, that's still solid.
Yeah, definitely.
Yay!
She lives! So good. It does not. Glad that you got it out, though. Yeah.
At least it's gone.
Hope it
Yeah.
was. Yeah. Let's hope there's no more dead ones around as well, because
I also hope there's no living ones around.
also that.
Also,
Gosh.
I don't do rodents. Rodents are not my thing.
Fair.
There was this child, this is when I was a teenager. I was babysitting this little girl. She like went to my family's church and they were like, "Can you babysit?" I walked in, they had 2 pet rats. One was albino, so it was completely white with like red eyes.
Scary.
And then when she went to bed, they decided to start jumping and pop the top off their cage. And I was like, never again. I'm never coming back here. Never again.
Did you have to like chase them?
I got the cage, like I got the cover back on before it got out. Thankfully.
Right.
But then I was like finding like a book that would like could so I was like, never, not again.
No, that would be terrifying.
I was like, no, never again.
Oh, I love that you said trying to do.
I need to see this.
Conqueror. She was definitely a conqueror.
Mhm.
That's totally fair. 13 pages. Good job. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my gosh. I'm just going to open the door. Whiny little baby.
Copper wants to go see everyone, and I can relate.
He was not stopping.
No, he
Someone else can deal with him now. Because he immediately went into that room, which is where my nieces are staying. So I assume they were doing something.
Oh, probably.
Yeah. Hello, Brittany. Should you also be asleep? It's hard to tell. Right, yes. So on my last sprint on Wednesday, I got a phone call from the vet that said that the lump on Chopper's backside that we got biopsied is actually cancer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it was.
That was a hard
I
day.
cut that thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
to just comprehend that because it very much came out of nowhere for me because I thought everything would be fine.
Yeah.
I have calmed down a bit since then, and yeah, on Thursday he had the CT scan, so that's why he had the anesthesia to
Mhm.
see how far it's spread. I don't have any results yet. The results probably should have gotten to my vet like today, so I might hear on like Monday or something what
Mhm.
the results are. My kind of guess is that it's spread at least to his liver because in one of his previous like blood tests, they were like, "Oh, something's like a little bit elevated in his liver.
Right.
We don't know what that's about." So I'm thinking that's what's happening there. But like everyone says like not to Google things, but like I like to just so I know what's happening. And so I Googled a bunch of things about his particular tumor, and they were all like, oh, if it's the level 3, like he'll have all of these symptoms. I'm like, he has none of those.
Right.
He is still the same chopper he has always been.
Mhm.
Absolutely nothing has changed with him. So I'm like, hopefully it's not like a level 3. Which like definitely helped ease my anxiety and like my guilt
Mhm.
because he's had this lump for like a year. And so in my mind, I was like, I'm a terrible owner. I should have gotten this scene to
Right.
ages ago. And because I left it so long, it's going to have spread everywhere. And so after all of the Googling, I was like, okay, maybe I'm not such a horrible owner and
No,
things won't be
absolutely
as
not.
terrible. Yeah. So he's doing as fine as he always is. I will definitely let people know when I get results and what we will do from there. But yeah, everything is okay, except for the whining, which is just constant. So and yeah, I had to take him to a different vet for his CT scan, and even all of the nurses there, they're like, "Oh, we love Staffy. He's like, he's just so cute." And I'm like, "Can I go to a vet where everyone's not already so enamored by him?" Because
Well,
like
he's so
he's got a
cute.
big ego. He is, but like he knows it.
Right. Totally. Absolutely.
Darling boy. But yeah. Ooh, that's good. You probably still have a ways to go in that book.
Yeah, that's chunky.
Pretty though. Yes, he is cute.
He's so cute.
And yes, I did notice that you were awake. And I will not tell you off because I skim read some of your messages to me, so I know you're not feeling good.
Mhm.
So I will not be mean. But I'm sorry you're feeling like shit. This isn't gonna help though. You trying to get to sleep. So
True. It is
thank
cute.
you. I tried to go with the theme of the readathon this time, which was ghosties. He
Putting on
was.
a
He
show.
was. Ooh, yes. Yes, I hope you love it. The first volume is probably still like my favorite of all of them, which is weird because I don't usually like the first volume of a manga because they usually like I don't know, have some issues and sometimes the first volume like isn't really what like the rest of the series is going to be like.
Yeah, I'm very new to manga, so I certainly am not an expert. But from what I've seen, it's just very much laying out the beginnings of the story in the first manga, like introducing the
Yeah.
characters, kind of giving you a very broad, it's like a synopsis almost of like
That's a really good way to put it.
from what I've seen from my very
Yeah.
limited new dive into manga.
Have you read any more?
No, I'm going to binge the rest of Spy Family. Well, not the rest, the next 4 volumes, because I've gotten the next 4 volumes, and that's my next thing to do.
That's fair. Do you have like I don't know all of the words that get used for it, but do you like the more romancy ones or do you like the fantasy ones or the
I think
horror
I like the
ones or
fantasy ones. I do. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not a horror person, so that wouldn't be my jam. But yeah, no, I think I like the fantasy ones more than like the romance ones. From what I'm very new. I only started reading manga 4 months ago. So like I need to
That's
learn.
fair.
And it's hard to know where to start with manga. Like unless you have someone to tell you, which thankfully I have book friends who can tell me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard to know.
I'm sure there are some videos that are like, if you're new
Mhm.
to manga,
Yeah.
read these. But yeah, I would just say like, read Soul Eater. It's my
Fair.
fave.
Fair.
Which is
That's on
right.
the list because you gave me a big list
Yellows.
that I have.
Yes. It's so good.
No. I mean, I love it for those who love it, but was not no. I will take a cat, a dog, that kind of thing any day over a rat.
Same. I could see the appeal. Potentially. But yes, bed is always a good choice. That's totally fine. I'm honestly surprised that mine has held up as long as it has, which means my nieces have followed what I asked them to do and are not on TikTok. Pocket puppies. Okay, that's kind of cute.
That is cute, but I still can't get behind the rats.
That's fair.
That is cute though.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I won't tell you to sleep then. Just gonna try and slowly get Brittany to like rats.
No. It would take a lot more than this.
Thank you. Yes, I was very, very lucky to have so many people on that sprint, like saying all these things. I'm like, thank you. Like, you're all lovely, lovely people. Very much appreciate all of you. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was so like taken aback the other day because the vets were like, "Yeah, it's probably fine. We don't think it's anything." So then
Right.
I wasn't thinking it was anything. So then when it said cancer, I was like, "Oh my God."
Mm.
So yeah, I'll go with what the vets are thinking. Oh, everyone has rats. Wow.
They're very popular apparently.
Thank you.
I
Yeah. And like every time I say to like my doctor, I'm like, oh, I Googled my symptoms. And he was like, okay, so what type of cancer do you have? And I was like, well, no. Because like
yeah.
I don't always go, oh my God, I'm not a hypochondriac. I don't
Mhm.
immediately think I have the most awful thing. But I like to understand what's happening with me.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you don't always have to like shit on Googling your symptoms.
It's true. This is also true.
Okay. Fingers crossed.
Mm.
See, that's why I can't do some fantasies because they're so long. Like I
They're
could have read an entire book and you've only not even halfway. Like, oof.
They can get long.
Huh?
Like non-shifted? I have follow-up questions.
Are there two wolves? Or is one a wolf and one a human? Because then I have questions.
I have issues and questions.
Yes.
Hmm.
But I mean, we get what we get with shifter romances. They're always entertaining.
You just never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, take it easy on yourself.
Mm.
Ugh, that's rough.
Ooh, we love this.
Ooh, that would be awesome.
Mhm.
And yeah, Kirsty's done some videos of like cozy type thing, like low angst, makes you feel good
Mhm.
of manga, and they've been very cute.
Nice. I'll have to check those out.
Yes.
We had a hamster once. My son wanted a hamster, so we did have a hamster.
I've never seen one in real life.
It's fine. I was not a fan, but you know, when your kid wants a hamster, you get one.
Fair.
Also, we were living in an apartment at the time where like that was the only kind of pets you could have. Like you couldn't have like cats and dog, you know, like full size
Yeah.
pets. So we did have a hamster there. And then when the hamster perished before we ever moved to this house. But then once we moved to this house, we got a cat because
Nice.
we can get a real animal now. Not that hamsters aren't real, but you know what I mean, like a full-sized pet.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why a lot of people get like rats as pets because they can't
Oh,
have
yeah.
like big. Make more sense.
Mhm.
You know what? Yeah. And like I've actually been right about my symptoms before, like before I got like a diet, like I had this hemiplegic migraine, and like I googled everything that was happening because I was like, oh my god, am I having a stroke? Because I
Right.
was like, I went numb in like half my body,
Yep.
and like I googled everything. I went to the hospital. They did nothing. They weren't seeing me because they're like, oh, you just have a bit of a headache, and I was like, no, I can't feel half of my body. But I googled everything, and it said that this was what it was. And then I went to my GP. Like I eventually got in to see him, and he was like, "Yeah, so you probably had this thing that's called this." And I was like, "Yeah, I knew that. I googled." I was like, "Oh no."
I
I always
Google a
feel
lot because
validated.
it for the same reason. It does help my anxiety sometimes to realize that it's not all there are other options that it could be that aren't like the big scary ones, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
exactly. And like I have chronic illnesses anyways. Like I need to know what's happening with my body.
Right. Yeah. Mhm.
Ooh, that's a good point. I unfortunately like my doctor, so I don't try and sass him too much.
Yeah.
But like, that's awesome. Oh, that's good. Yeah, please.
Please set them both fuels right. We're all like, hmm.
Actually, one of the first fan fictions I ever read was like it was about Teen Wolf, so it was like it already had werewolves in it.
Right.
But one of the very first fanfics I read of it, there was a wolf and human sex scene.
No.
And it was like one of my first forays into fanfic, and that was what I read. And like this has ended up being one of my all-time favorite fanfics.
That's fair. But no.
So like, oh, yeah, no, it wasn't. It was. I try to ignore that scene, or if I ever reread it, I like skip past that one.
We skip over it.
It's an interesting time.
I agree.
So true. So true.
Yes. This is true. I
Oh
still don't
yeah,
want
true.
to. Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
They
yeah.
did look cute. As long as they're both wolves, it's
As
all
long as
okay.
they're both wolves, I'm
I still don't know if that's needed, but sure.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to read that, but
Right, but it's not a big, like, no.
yeah. Oh, don't put it that way. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, wow.
Mm,
That's annoying. Because it's like, we know our bodies more than the doctor knows.
this is true.
Same.
Mhm.
Like, there are a bunch of, like, memes where it's like, "Oh, you think you Googled a few symptoms and now you say you're autistic," but it's like, no. When someone who thinks that they're autistic and they start researching their symptoms, we come back with a file full of the receipts. It's like,
Mhm.
here is everything. It's not just, like, one quick little search thing.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Google saves us all.
Seriously. Mm. We have the same problem in Canada that it's really hard to get, like, in to see. It's not hard. If you have something serious, you can get in very quickly, but if it's considered elective of any kind, you're on a wait list for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, even to see my GP, because he's, like, one of the better ones at this particular clinic,
Mhm.
and I sometimes can't get in to see him for 6 weeks, and I'm like, "Well, by 6 weeks, I'm probably gonna be over
Right.
what
Yeah,
is
it's
afflicting
gonna
me."
be better. That's why when I ended up, I went to Emerge in June because I had a pain in my stomach, and I was like, "Oh, they're just gonna send me home," but, like, the internet says I should go. I had Googled, and the internet was like, "You should probably go." And I went to the internet, and I was like, "They're gonna send me home." And the rep and how fast I got into ER and I saw a doctor within 10 minutes, and I went, "No, I'm dying." Like, 'cause in
Whoa.
Canada, that doesn't happen. You don't walk in the ER and see anyone in 10 minutes. You don't see people for
Yeah.
hours. And I
Yeah,
was
no,
like, "Oh, no, I'm actually dying."
that would be terrifying.
Like, I was he were like he came in, he was like, "How are you doing?" And I was like, "Actually, the speed in which you walked in here is very disconcerting."
Wow, that'd be crazy. I
Yeah.
was once having an asthma attack in the emergency room, and I still was not seen for, like, 2 hours. And I was like,
Yeah,
"Cool, breathing problems, not an issue. Nice."
right. So I was like, "This is not no. I'm literally I must be in trouble."
That's so scary.
It was actually very scary. No, sure enough, I needed emergency surgery. I was actually very sick, but
Yeah,
I'm fine now. But I was like, "I'm literally this is very scary that you're coming to talk to me this quickly."
yeah. That's funny. That's very cool to have a doctor that has, like, the same, like, medical issues as you. It's like, oh, they
Yeah.
get it.
Well, yeah, because they would understand, like, what you're talking about innately, which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 months is a
Mm.
lot. Yay, Australia. Wow.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
No.
It's upsetting how common that is.
I feel like that's not I can't the both wolves, like, I can overlook I don't think it's necessary, but, like, that's fine.
Yeah.
I I have not come across it that often. If I do, it's usually a quick, "No, thanks."
Yeah, I've only seen it in that fanfic I read,
Yeah,
but I mean, like we always say, like, everyone's got their own kink, and
it's
there is
true.
something out there for everyone, so there
This
would
is true.
definitely be that. If there are, like, smutty books with office supplies, there's gonna be an animal shifter sex, like,
Literally, this is true. That's also true. 'Cause you need to
Specialists,
advocate
definitely.
for yourself so much in healthcare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
That is cute.
Too cute. I had to cough. Oh, that's really good.
That's cool. It's always nice when you find a really good doctor because it's not always a given,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Don't worry, it is not one of my kinks.
No.
Definitely.
Do you have to pay for specialists in Australia?
Uh, yes, and it depends on your like level of healthcare, like how much you pay, because you sometimes like get money back.
Oh, okay.
But if you don't have healthcare, then like you just pay the whole thing and don't get any back.
Got you.
But or like with some healthcare, you'll pay less than
Mhm.
people without.
Right.
So like I'm
Always
probably
interesting
gonna have to have
look at it a little differently. Yeah.
yeah, it's very interesting. I'm probably gonna have to have cataract surgery because I'm
Oh, yeah.
30 and already have cataracts, which is wild.
Mm.
And so the optometrist was talking to me about it, and he was like, because I don't have health cover right now, and he
Mhm.
was like, get that before you have to have this surgery, because otherwise you'll be paying twice as much money. I
Mhm.
was like, oh shit, okay. I
Yeah.
mean, I
Oh,
don't want to have the surgery anyways.
yeah.
But yeah. Oh, good. Yikes, every hour that would suck.
Mm. Yeah.
That's awesome. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, Medicare is like something that like
yeah.
everyone has.
Mhm. Yeah, we have Medicare here too, but it's like mostly just for prescriptions because seeing doctors is covered under universal healthcare, even specialists. So we wouldn't have to pay for that anyway.
We don't get Medicare for our medications.
So Medicare is for people who don't have like insurance to cover medications. That's what it's for.
Oh, okay. Whereas ours is just like everyone gets Medicare, but it doesn't help with medications. It's for like specialists and
Right.
doctors and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you got some sleep.
Yes. I hope your dreams aren't really messed up, but yay for the meds working.
Yes.
And on that, we should sprint again
Yes.
because I think we'll be able to get maybe 2 more sprints in if I don't talk as much. Um, so another 45,
Sounds good.
and I'll see you later. Hello.
Hello.
You?
Good. I got to page 99.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Getting through it.
Yeah. It, like I said, it reads fast. Although I will say, I think this series has a similar feel to It Happened One Summer, because you either love It Happened One Summer and dislike Hook, Line, and Sinker, or you love Hook, Line, and Sinker and dislike It Happened One Summer. And I
Right.
feel like that's going to be the same thing with this. And unfortunately, I liked Secretly Yours, so this one's just not as good. But it's
Oh, no.
really good. It's just like not as good as I was hoping for it to be. So,
That's sad.
but that's okay.
I read a little bit more. It did the annoying thing that I hate, which is a time jump.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And like we're talking several years. Like
Oh.
at least 3 years. This amount of pages, wait, less than. Yeah. Okay, this is like 2 pages. That's 3 years.
Oh dear. Okay.
And it's just like time jumps for me, they always ruin like the tension and the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, it would have been interesting to see what was happening in those 3 years.
Yes.
So like I'm pretty annoyed.
Well, and you kind of do find out what's happening, but like in retrospect, which is kind of an odd, like I'd rather live it in the time it happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because with this, it's just like it's little bits here, like April 2009, this happened, and then another time this happened. And it's like, okay, a lot happened, but we don't get any of that.
Right.
I don't know, I'm just kind of annoyed. Although the whole me thinking this guy faked his death, everyone seems to think he's still dead after 3 years.
3 years. I was gonna say, I was just thinking that was that 3 years later, you would kind of know, I would think. Well, maybe not though.
But like there are some people that are like, oh, here's his like successor. So, you know, now you take his place. I'm like, well, if you were the successor, you would know.
Yes.
But I'm still like, he still can't be dead.
You're like, I still don't believe it.
No, live in my delusions. Oh yeah, I was reading all this stuff that Erin was saying about the Medicare, and yeah, I didn't even realize that it does cover some of our medications, but it just we don't realize because it's automatic.
Right.
But yeah, wild times. Yeah. Oh, very interesting. But yes, goodbye, Tracy. You're probably already gone. But thank you for being here. 5%. Ooh, Into the Historian. I liked that. Because it's like kind of about Dracula and people like trying to like academically search for Dracula.
Oh,
It's
interesting.
very, very cool. I really enjoyed it. It is thick though. 25 pages. Very nice. Yes, I also had lunch during that sprint. Even though it's like quite early, but I was like in the last chatty bit, my stomach was rumbling. So, need some foods.
Honestly, if you didn't like It Happened One Summer, you'll probably will like Hook, Line, and Sinker. I have found very few people who liked both books. It was really very much if you liked one, you hated the other. And if you liked one, it was, I'm the opposite. I did not like Hook, Line, and Sinker, but I liked It Happened One Summer. So Hook, Line, and
That's
Sinker
really interesting.
is my least favorite Tessa Bailey book that I've ever read.
I haven't read any Tessa Bailey. I think I tried to read one. Was it Fix Her Up? Is that one of
Yes.
Tessa Bailey? Yeah, I tried to read that and I DNF'd it really quickly.
That's fair. I liked the first one in that series, and I really did not like the second one. So I don't know if I'm gonna go to the third because I don't know. Although the second one was A Marriage on the Rocks, and that's not something that
Uh,
I particularly care for. Second Chance Romance is never my favorite, so like that,
Same, yeah.
yeah.
Good job. Awesome. Congratulations on getting halfway.
Fair.
Yeah. So I'm like hesitant to read anything else, even though all the covers are really cute.
Yeah. The covers are cute. They don't come off as smutty as you don't expect it to be smutty because they're just so like cutesy covers.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I would not be a good protagonist.
Oh no. No.
Or I'd be like the best friend. And like I'll do all the research where I don't have to go in and do things. Like I'll be behind the scenes
Yeah.
and let the other person go do all the things. I'd probably die, but at least I was there.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good. I enjoyed it. Mm. Seems like she's one of those authors where it's like
It's hit or miss.
a love and hate. Yeah.
And I do feel like if there's ones that like some people love, like it's always opposite. Like with
So
like
true.
yeah. I haven't
Never even
read that
heard of
one.
Getaway Girl.
No. I'd be the one that's like, why are we going in the basement? Like, do we not know any better? Like, we should not do that.
But
They're
then
like,
would you follow everyone else down
no.
or would you stay up?
I would, I am the person who was reading Horror Store going like, why are you not just leaving the store?
Fair.
Like, the door's right there. Just walk out the door.
So you'd survive in a horror movie, basically.
Well, in theory. I have no skills to survive though, other than the fact that I wouldn't go to stupid places, but that doesn't necessarily mean I would survive.
I mean, most of the time with some of these characters, if they just had a little bit more logic, they would have survived.
This is true.
Yeah.
Oh,
I did not know Gavin had a new video.
yeah, it went out today, I think, earlier. Did you watch the Haunted Village vlog yet?
Yeah, I love those videos.
You're so good.
But how is he like? It was like, oh, a book just fell. Like that's fine. I'm like, excuse me, that's not fine. A book fell. That's not normal.
I just couldn't get over that every time he went in that church, he stood with that monk thing behind him, and I couldn't. I could not. I could not turn
Right?
my back on that because that looked like it was from
Mm-mm.
some sort of haunted mansion, and that was going to move at any second, and I absolutely not. Braver than me.
Right? Like, why did the hood have to be so far down the face? I'm like,
It was
excuse
so
me.
skinny at the bottom, like, it had, like, the tiniest and I was like, "That's proportionally inaccurate," and
It's so creepy though.
so creepy.
So good though. I love his videos like that.
Oh, Gab's videos are great. I could
Mm.
never, but, be that kind of booktuber, but I love watching it. I could not
Yeah.
imagine trying to edit a video that is that long.
Yeah. And the whole like when he'd have to like just watch footage to see if there would be something so then he can then mention it to the people watching. I was like,
Yeah,
that would be so tedious to do.
I know. I could never, but it's like amazing. I bow
Definitely.
down.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Also, Zoe, are you starting like your sprints now-ish or in like half an hour? Because I was confused. Because Zoe sprints are after these, obviously.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. This
I'm
book is
glad, like, glad that nothing was happening with the wolves, but like, no smut still. Is it even a shifter book at this point?
I can't say that I mean, I don't understand this book.
Very interesting. That's such a mood.
It is a mood. That's fair.
They're good though. And there was a thing about the woman in red or
That was
something.
crazy.
Like I saw that in the graveyard and I was like, oh, there's just
Like,
someone
not
there. But then he was
there.
like, no, I was alone. I was like, what?
I know.
Oh
I
my
know.
god.
I when he had the key to the church, and I was like, he's like, I've got the key. The key's this large.
Yeah.
I was like, you can tell this is like a medieval church.
So cool though.
It was so cool. Yeah,
That's cute.
that's fair.
So you're starting 2 p.m. your time. Potentially. So I still sprint for another hour? Is that what we're saying? Because it's currently 12:30 for me.
Hold on. I'll look and see when they're scheduled for.
Yeah.
They're
Time zones
scheduled
are
for
difficult.
30 minutes from now.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we could do yes, in 30 minutes. Okay, cool. If we can do a very short little like speed sprint.
Sure.
Like 20?
Yeah. And like a 10-ish minute chatty bit.
Yeah.
Mhm. You
Yeah,
did.
it was very confusing. None of our brains are working.
Baby
Yes,
sprint.
baby sprint. All right, super quick, 20-minute sprint. See you then. Hello.
Hello.
How did you go for that baby sprint?
All I did was finish my chapter because I'm going to be going to bed after this. So I was like, I'll just stop there and resume in the morning. So not very much.
Fair. But how much have you read in the sprints?
I am on page 107.
That's pretty good.
So, and then like the 20th pages I read in the book that I teed up at the beginning. So, that many.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Good productive night.
Do you have a feeling on what rating you might be giving it?
3.
Mm,
It's early yet. I mean, but I feel like with romance, if you can kind of tell pretty early whether you're vibing the couple or not, and I'm just not.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That
Right?
sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it's not horrible, but
But not good.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I've gotten halfway.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I'm still not a fan of the time jump.
Mm-hmm.
There's some interesting things, but they've introduced a new character that is just too cartoon villain for my liking. It's not as intelligent as the rest of the series has been.
Mm-hmm.
So that's annoying. But we'll see how the rest of it goes. Yeah. Page 335. Nice. 10 pages. Yeah, for 20 minutes, that is good.
Mm-hmm.
Took a short reading break to play some Stardew Valley. Nice. Down to 5. So, that's awesome. You've done heaps. 3% more. Good job. It is too hot. So true. So true. Okay, I need to get up Zoe's sprints. So for everyone here, sprints for the 48-hour readathon are continuing over on Zoe's channel, which is Book Reviews with Zoe. This is the link. I believe they start in 6 minutes for everyone that wants to. Yeah, so thank you very much, Brittany, for joining me on these sprints. It's been lovely.
It has been lovely.
Yeah. And is your goal for this 48-hour readathon just to finish that book, or do you think you have others in you?
No, I'd like to finish a couple more. Well, my goal was to finish the other one, which I kind of did in a way.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I'd like to also read The Dragon's Heiress, which is another smutty KU book that I have to read for that same video. So I would like to read that this weekend too, but I might not finish it because it's big. And tomorrow I have editing that I need to do and things. So we'll see how it goes. But that's plans.
It's a pretty good plan.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Best laid plans and all that. It never always goes the way I think it will.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to try and finish this, which I should finish the rest of this today. And then maybe, I don't know why I always hold this up. It never has a dust jacket on it. It's Deltora Quest.
Yes.
So I'm up to the Shifting Sands. So I'd like to finish that as well. And that might have to be it for the weekend
That's pretty good.
Because I'm busy tomorrow. Going to a psychic fair tomorrow.
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah, and it's at the old jail. So.
Oh, that is fun. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that will be awesome.
That will be.
Yeah, so I don't actually have much time for reading, which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
But
this weekend's kind of quiet here because it's Thanksgiving here this weekend.
oh,
Yeah.
huh,
So it's kind of like quiet because there's not much going on because people are like, and with Thanksgiving, like people do it like anytime between Saturday and Monday. Like it just depends on what your family does. So that
yeah.
is the weekend, which is nice.
What are you guys doing?
We're doing it on Monday because we have a hurricane coming on Sunday. It's off the
Oh,
coast, so I don't think we're gonna get hit like much, but I still didn't want to deal with trying to cook a turkey with potential power outages.
definitely.
Like, I don't think it's
Yeah.
gonna be too bad. I think the worst is like 80-kilometer-an-hour winds, which is not crazy for us here, so I'm not too concerned. But like we could still,
Mm,
one tree falls badly, you lose power. So like
yeah. Better to be safe than sorry.
I didn't want to have like half cooked turkey.
Yeah, it's not good.
Monday, we'll do it Monday.
That sounds fair.
Yeah.
Very true. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. It was a good time. Yeah, same. Yeah, I feel like was it like you and Chelsea are also like, yeah, I know that. I'm like, how can you tell just by a green cover? So funny. I'll be getting red. I'm not confident enough to actually like professionally give readings. I would love to. That's like my
Mhm.
dream job. But I need to work a bit more on that. I mean, I probably will.
You're like,
Depends what's there.
probably.
I I never have enough. I have a huge stack. I won't try and show it to you because it's large. But you never have enough decks.
This is true.
It should be
Doesn't it?
fun. There are two happening this month. So one I'm going to tomorrow. The next one is in like 2 weeks.
Nice. That's so
It's
fun.
gonna be awesome. Thanks. I'm glad it was good. I did have fun doing that. I'll have to try doing that again. It was a good time. Anyways, I'm going to end it here. So everyone go over to Zoe's channel. The sprints will be starting in like 2 minutes.
Mhm.
Yes, good luck to everyone for their 48-hour readathon.
Mhm.
And thank you so, so much, Brittany, for joining me.
Thank you for having me. It was so fun.
Yeah. And we'll say goodbye and see you